Yeah. I just don't want to get whacked by the rod again. I just don't want to get whacked by the rod again.
Sometimes you have to see what the rod's made of. Me, there's going to be a time where I'm washed up, so it's always good to check if it's now.
Washed up.
Yeah. Too old, mate.
How old are you?
35.
Oh. Yeah, you don't look 35. Yeah, actually, you do look 35.
And attention all players and dealers in the Goliath.
Yeah,
We are
I feel like
on the
I'm
way at
mid-30s.
3,000, 6,000 with a 6,000 big line entry.
Yeah,
Dealers,
I'm older
please
with a
shuffle
beard.
up and
You gotta
deal.
make you look older.
Yeah, he does.
Behind the box. Or other way of the box. Chip. One fold, two fold. Six. Very cool. Four folds. Five moves all in.
It's a nice felt.
Six folds, seven folds. Eight folds. Johnny. Three folds. I need all of those. Two folds. Three calls. Four folds. Five folds. Six folds. Seven folds. Eight folds. One trip. One trip. Three bet 6,500. One fold. Three folds. Four folds. Five folds. Six folds. Seven folds. Eight rows, 12,000.
12,000.
One fold. Two cool. Heads up. Two check. Eight bets 11,000. Two fold. Four fold. Five fold. Six fold. Seven fold. Eight fold. One moves all in. Two fold. Two fold. One top. Five fold, six fold, seven fold, eight fold. One moves all in. Take two calls. Three fold, four fold, Southport. Ace 10, three.
Fine.
Okay.
40. Right. Who's pocket keys?
In the purple. Guy went all in purple. All of them. And the caller's got ace 10.
Classic.
For one?
C1 went all in, two draw. C3 C1.
Okay. Tap.
Thanks.
Yeah, I mean, you can't be happy with that. GG.
Unlucky, Denny.
That's alright. See you later on feature, C1. 7 fold. 8 fold. Get open on feature. 2 raises, 12,000. Three fold. 4 fold. 5 fold. Stop. 7 fold. 8 raise, 12,000. 1, 2. 2 fold. 3 fold. 4 fold. 5 fold. 6 goals. Hit that.
Alright, players in the inventory, your blinds are up 200, 400. Deals in inventory, your blinds are up now 200, 400.
6 checks. Eight bets, 18,000. 1 8. 6 fold. Yo.
Mind when you're showing your cards, if you could just put a little bit of pressure on that card.
See if it price it better.
Not full.
8 fold. 2 fold. 3 fold. 4 fold. 5 fold. 6 goals.
18.
7 raise, 15,000.
How'd it go?
15, 1 fold. If it's playing up, we can just open 1 and 2 and just move them around. Two fold. 3 fold. 4 fold. 5 raise, 12,000. 6 fold. 7 fold. raise 12,000. 5 fold, 6 fold, 7 fold, 8 fold. 2 fold, 4 fold. Four fold. 5 fold. 12. 6 raise 12,000. 1, 2. 7 raise 26,000. 2, 6. 8 fold. 2 fold. 3 fold. 10 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2. Standard time. Go. $14,000, 1 4.
Swap you 5,000 for 5 months. Yep, just on the table.
Dice one. Go close. You got a pair? Got a pair, mate. Flipping, yeah. Show the fours.
Unfortunately for me, that's half the stack almost.
Yeah.
I know I'm probably 50.5 edge in a split bit.
Slide ahead.
Maybe.
Get kings, man. Miles behind. That's why he said call the pair.
Call the pair. I need this badly. Yes. Yes, sir.
Tell me you only had one over here.
Could be one, yeah. King 5 suited. Delicious.
Yeah, you didn't have a club, did ya? Comes clearer.
Very cool. Four A's, 20,000, 2-0. 5-4. Okay. 7-4. 8-4. 2-4. 4 A's, 15,000, 1-5. 5-4.
All the biscuits.
6 raises all in.
I might have to run this one.
I mean, he didn't say all.
I know.
He just be angry.
Everything. I'll tell you something.
Yeah?
Better than the last time.
Although the other one's ahead.
10
I'd
seconds.
rather this in. Yeah, take one. So you got a pair this time?
Maybe. Maybe not.
Just short time.
Oh, and ace is better than king queen as well. So, rather be an ace or a pair, or maybe I'm just talking shit. I know the idea. I might show this hand if you throw.
Cool.
Yeah, you were behind.
You're right.
There's a race.
It's a 3x 3-bet, huh?
You would think so.
Hmm?
It's an easy game, that.
Yeah. Sometimes. That's a
A bit
that's a
spot, I'd
close one.
probably get that one in fourth.
King
Or if I
queen.
don't like the person. If I I like them all.
So you just,
I know what they mean.
just call it 92 or some shit.
Yeah, exactly. Fucking give me a price. I'm a man who likes a price.
That is just right.
Dealers and players in the Minotaur, your blinds are up. 200, 400, big blind ante 400, next hand please.
It's a minotaur.
200, 400, big blind ante of 400.
Mythical creature.
Is it?
It's cow, but with it's like bull horns.
I
I thought I did something to do with the blinds, to be honest. 8 raised to 12. 2 5. Three fives. Four fives. Seven fives. Two raised 12. Three fives. Four raised 26,000, 2 6. Two fives.
So 10.
That's space, that's back up. Three calls. Four raised 17,000, 1 7. Twelve, 7 fold, 8 fold, 2 fold. Three calls. Heads up. Recheck. Full check. Three bets 13,000, 1-3. Four A's 40,000. 40, 40.
Right, APT players, the big PLO has 12 minutes left in late registration. There's a 2-seat guarantee. 2-seat guarantee. We've got 12 minutes left in late registration. Each ticket is worth $1,250. Buying is $180. If you're interested in playing big PLO later, this is the cheapest way to get in. $180 for satellite. PKO players, this is your 2-minute poll. Get underway in just under 2 minutes. PKO players.
Button good.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't.
Where's the button?
Yeah,
Button.
I would have just saved it.
That one. Which one?
I said 12 then.
Raise 4.
Yeah, you can get
4 folds, 5 folds, 6 raise 4. Seven calls. 8-4. 2-4.
Right, dealers and players in the PKO. Lines are now 488, 400, 800, and 800 with our ante. You can shuffle up and deal. We're on level 5 in the PKO.
Three bets 15,000, 1-5. 6-5. Seven calls. Heads up. 3 bets 30,000, 3-0, 7 folds.
Huh? Oh yeah, 7 hearts.
7 hearts, first go, go. 12 cards. 6 folds, 7 fold, 8 fold, 2 fold, 3 fold, 4 fold, sorry, 3 cards. Sixth grade, 17,000, 1 7. 7 fold. Seconds. 8 fold. 2 fold. 3 fold. 4 fold. 5 goals. 5 check. 6 bet, 10,000. 10 seconds. 5, 4. Additional time. 10 seconds. 5 raise. 29,000, 2 9.
GL, sir.
All in, cool.
Got a jack?
Card please.
Nine for sweat.
Four.
300, 600, big blind ante of 600, please.
Fold. 8 fold.
Now raise.
What?
Be out of this tournament. I
2
raised
raise
your hand
12.
What hand is that?
when they said, "Does anyone want to forfeit their stack and rebuy?"
I would have just doubled 5 times and got back to the 6
Bang, 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 bang.
3 fold.
Thanks, Joe. That was really good advice.
4 fold. 5 fold. 6 fold.
Nah, whoever. Full back.
Oh shit, I chipped.
304.
My chip. It rolled into the...
2 bet. 6,000.
Oh,
6
Oh no.
Uh, 2 and all in 6 fold.
Run a clap?
Huh?
Sounds about
Run a
4,000
clap?
chip.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I wouldn't mind.
Oh, that.
That's better.
That's better than clubs.
That's well, you sit down, sir.
Like,
Wow.
you know that history? Oh, I had
Bang
one
it
big
off.
blind and then I won the tournament. Never happened to me. Maybe. Maybe it's happened. I'll take it. I need a good hand here. Badly. Very good hand. Oh, that seems to be good.
8 fold. 2 fold. Three fold. 4 fold. 5 raise 15,000. 6 fold. 7 fold. Recall. 5. Five raise 4. 6 fold, 7 fold. 8 call. Eight check. Five bets 4,000. 1, 2. Eight calls. Eight checks. 5 checks. Eight bets 26,000. 5 bucks. Alright guys, best of luck, get me a deal.
Nice river rain.
If you have a pair, if you had a pair, you were good until the river.
I know I was good until the river.
Good morning,
I
table
had
4,
a
how are
pair
we?
and a spade.
I was good
Good morning.
until the river.
You're not Craig.
Until the river. You were going to pay me too on the river.
Maybe.
Thank you, sir. Absolutely.
Players in the PKO, your blinds are up now 500 and 1,000. Dealers in the PKO, make sure your next hand is 500 and 1,000. The big blind ante of 1,000.
Pickles. A forced call, that'd be nice.
Oh, this is my chips.
Alright, players in the minutes
Man, you're
your
lucky you
blinds are
still
up
have
400,
those chips.
800. Dealers
Can't fall
in the
now,
minutes
eh?
make sure your next hand is 400, 800 with the big blind ante of 800.
Literally. Oh no!
What?
I probably changed.
Nah, it had a good hand.
That's a good hand.
Gotcha.
Hey?
Jack 6.
Jack 6 off. Medium.
Close.
Like,
All Poker
yeah,
players, now
sure,
start
you
your
open out of the
into
gun,
big
but-
PLO, $1,250 entry. $125, 10 seats, 1 in 10. When you wait into the big
You should give me
PLO,
20% of your
Back
action.
if you are
nine
interested, please
bigs.
raise your hand. We'll get
Delicious.
you to come over and collect your details.
Card distribution. That's it. Wow, I need jump this one. Alright, big chance. Big. Small. I'm good.
Go 6.
Hey, you wake up that strong with 5 bigs.
7. Raise 31. Roll 2. Roll 3. Roll 4. Seconds left. And roll 4. Guys, hands up. Check 7.
Attention all players and dealers in the Goliath. Our blinds will be up next hand. 4,000, 8,000 with an 8,000 big blind entry. So all players and dealers in the Goliath. 4,000, 8,000, 8,000. Next hand up, please.
Check 7.
My pussy has checked back.
Oh, okay, mine's all up. Bet 18, 8. Sorry, 6, 7, throw there. 18.
It's an all in.
All in a call.
Same hand.
Get in that spot.
What did you say? 7 deuce.
Ace jack suited.
Ace rag.
Ace jack suited again.
Ace jack. Yeah, I didn't shoot call in the bottom there. I'm glad I didn't. Jack queen.
Jack queen. Cool.
Yeah, I probably should.
I want one of those in my favour after the ace aces wake up here.
Yeah. I want one streak.
One streak, wreck.
Smallest spot ever. Where's the 4-bet? Where's the 4-bet, please?
Could have made your life hard, river. I was like, you can still
Where's
have
the
queens.
flop check raise? That would have been nice.
Queens.
I very well could. I don't think you're calling worse. I don't think you're calling this check. I bet.
I don't think you're getting a call.
Raimondo! That's a bet like program. Unless I literally bet one
One
big
big line, yeah. I call one big line.
But like,
Or I raise it.
yeah, if you raise it, then I'm just sitting there shit.
But I play versus one big line, I'll tell you. I promise. So you lost value.
I lost one.
Or you lost getting wrecked on the river.
That has to be.
The odds of me getting a good hand here when everyone else gets a bad one, my most likely hand is ace king offsuit. It is, that's the way it works.
Oh, damn it.
But I mean, probability doesn't always work.
What a heck of a game.
Yeah, that's not
The
very
worst.
fun. Gun versus gun.
Horrible.
Yeah.
Horrible.
Give me ace queens.
And river. You could
Where's the ace
represent
jack
the
for
ace and queen,
queen,
you
eh?
know?
Come on. Big stack, ace jack foot. In the window. Rainbow. Get it in there.
Yeah, you get paid on that one.
Not very greedy.
Not very greedy. Just top 2 vs top 7.
Just
Yeah,
straight to the block.
just give us the biggest cooler possible.
Yeah,
Yeah, exactly.
can't be worse than that.
Yeah. Flop is ace jack jack, you know.
Ace jack jack. You might get a lot of chips on that one. Maybe. Maybe. Maybe I can get away. For a man that likes calling, it's hard to get away on the ball like that.
Oh man, always on my baseline. This is where I take a stand.
Alright, let's go, Ray.
Is this where I take a stand? Nope.
I was jamming that hand as well.
I play versus you. 4 bigs, 5 bigs, I play. 8 and a 9.
Oh boy. My clubs as well. Yeah, I had a queen 6 clubs.
Ooh. Queen's dead. Kay's sitting there, fist pumping in his head because he had 4 5 clubs.
Players, we have 2 spots left. You need big PLO flip. 1 in 10 win, 125 to enter. If you do want to jump in for the cheapest way possible, please raise your hand and I'll come around and collect your form payment.
5, 6, 12. Try and keep your cards down, please, sir. Thank you. 60, 67, 68, 12, 0. Guys, we've got Big C doll entering. Do you have a chip count for him?
The big PH.
What does that mean?
Poker hero.
Ah.
Nah, you're not though. I'm not gonna give you that. You're not.
Must mean something else then.
Does mean it has more than just looks. It's a vibe. It's also a vibe.
It's a personality.
It's a trait. Yeah, I don't want to call you that. I like you too much.
I've been calling him the rod.
6, 7, 8, 12.
Did your table break, Crilly?
Five or six. Fold. One.
Your blockers aren't real. I couldn't figure out what you had.
Correct. 1, 6.
I thought you had 2 pairs.
That's him.
No, 1 pair.
Fuck would if I didn't have the bloody suited ace.
Alright,
Everything else
ladies
I
and
would have
gentlemen,
had.
your blinds are up. 501,000. Make sure you're paying 501,000. The big blind ante of 1,000 at the mentor.
Ace jack, ace ten. Queen jack, king queen.
You very well could have king queen.
Oh,
so
ace queen.
hence the check back.
You can have.
Or bottom
We'll
two
just
pair,
do
jack
it.
pair.
9, 10, 2 could be an
Aces a bit too strong in bluff, but a bit too
trying to
weak
say.
compared to value. Good board. Maybe. But you know, mega strong.
Don't have any
Mega strong. My heart, my range here. That board.
When you had
I know, but I still have to block something.
You do.
when you had tens, I almost threw that you ace.
I reckon pocket 3, 4, 5, 6, those ones. Good block hand for you.
Cold turn. Cold turn. Or they check raise you.
Check raise would have been spicy.
I don't have any spiciness in me anymore.
Just bland Jared.
Bland old Jared.
Mild.
When will it
Mild.
end?
Mild.
That's you.
Thank you. Mild.
When will it end? Sure.
When will it
I
end?
like bland though.
Bland. Bland, heartless meal.
Or emphasis.
Chicken is broccoli.
Plain rice.
Chicken, broccoli, plain rice, that's it.
Gruel.
It's like mashed potato with no salt and pepper.
Gruel Thatcher. Crackers. And milk. 350?
At least I'm only small this time.
333.
I think that might be the hand where you just roll over and give up, to be honest. My folding hands are literally aces and ace king.
Yeah, and I'm tethered to,
Yeah.
And that's like, then I have too much interaction.
I'm calling you down top set, middle set, bottom set.
Yeah, well,
bottom set, ace king.
Oh, stand up.
Yeah,
Just in
but-
case.
And it's
But
pretty
yeah,
ambitious to try and get someone to
they're your worst hand.
you don't even know if I'm capable of folding aces.
I know you
I haven't looked yet.
If you have aces there, I would have bluffed. That's because
Oh,
you
it has
rolled
to be a
aces
flip.
there, but-
Oh my god, what the fuck is this going on?
Deals in the PKO, which is 600, 1200.
But you folded fives just now.
Before I did.
Now you're calling fours.
Different spot.
That's chop.
When you opened with tens,
Ace, king,
I had
king.
ace jack. I was going to 3-bet.
Ace, king, king on the flop.
I have the nuts.
How did you not have tens?
That's what it is.
I have the nuts.
Yes! Chop.
Yeah?
Chop.
Okay, yes.
I call for the chop, right? I'm not greedy.
3.
Oh boy.
No, it's coming.
Another 3.
You wanna see it
Oh no, no,
twos?
that's no good. Ace.
Eh?
That's no
That's
good.
the worst.
That's
That
no
is
good
the
either.
worst. I didn't think I could do that. Sorry.
Oh boy.
Alright, GG mate.
You like it, Ron?
Continue.
Yes.
Yeah, I was very close to making it like 35 when you had your tens.
I thought it was so unlikely that I might as well say.
One
Then I forget that they can happen.
Some people get really upset.
Lucky I'm in there.
Yeah, he goes cool. I wouldn't say it. He couldn't,
Some people get upset.
pretty chilled. What are you calling cards for?
Yeah. I remember Crilly calling for
Just
well,
like
when I
playing
had
a silly game in my head. There's no malice in it.
friends.
How'd you pick me blind opening little city connectors?
Hey?
Picked me blind opening little city connectors
When?
before 2016.
Oh, good, yeah, I had a good hand. You can watch it if you want.
No, it's alright. I had little city, opening city connectors.
You had good hand versus my hand,
Yeah.
basically.
If I was
So,
deeper,
Um,
60's a fair bit of my stack at the moment.
You're remarkably in okay shape compared to how you could be versus my hand.
Thanks for calling the 3 for me anyway.
I didn't think it would come. Never calls when I want a card for myself.
You wasted it. That was the one. You wasted your card calling.
Like,
No,
you
I'm
wasted-
warming up,
You
stupid.
wasted it.
I'm warming up.
We are going to do our first flip for the big PLO in seat 1, Michael, seat 2, Michael, seat 3, VJ, seat 4, Walford, seat 5, Walford, seat 6, also Michael, seat 7, Belinda, seat 8, James, seat 9, Michael once again, and seat 10, Martin. In seat 1, ace 6 off, seat 2, 5 4 off, seat 3, 3 2 off, seat 4, king 7 off, seat 5, 9 3 off, seat 6, king queen off, seat 7, queen 10 of clubs, seat 8, 8 6 of spades, seat 9, king 8 off, and seat 10, jack 10 off. The flop brings
That's 5. 3.
7 diamonds, king of diamonds, 8 of clubs, king 8 in seat 9 has flopped 2 pair. 10 card is the 7 of spades. No player is holding a 7. Red card is a 4. Kings and 8s in seat 9. Congratulations to Michael White. You have won your way into the big PLO for just $125.
Sure, the big tail on.
$75.
Thought it was Blanger, not spicy chicken.
Old bland boy. Back to his old bland tricks.
Might be down or you?
I was just keep going.
Hold on.
How many blues you got?
I got
201k.
Because I can't actually see.
201,000, right?
Thank you.
That's better than how many blues I got.
$24? 24? 2-4. One as well.
Broke the bull, you get the horns, Ray.
Never lucky. Never lucky.
We're going to be raised time.
When will it end?
Good old whisperer.
I
You
just
are.
want to win one pot.
Donkey whisperer.
You want to win one pot, that's not against me.
I don't care who it's against. Just want to
Yeah,
win
not
one
me.
pot.
That's what he said.
Just
he said
one.
He wants
One.
to win one, but he won't win one against me.
Just one.
Wee little Ray.
Yeah, you have pocket threes at best.
It's obvious, but what can we do?
Nothing we can do.
Nothing we can do.
It's pocket fives at best.
Owned, wrecked.
pH was sticking around longer.
Hey?
Said the pH was
Cool.
sticking around a little longer.
What are you calling
Yeah, well,
pH?
there's a convention in town, so of course he will.
What does pH mean?
Pinhead.
Oh, I thought it meant like, the hub. Private 18,000, one thing. I have a call from 7, 12 from 8. Call from 1. Call for 2. I have a call. Okay guys, free runners. Check. Check 5. This one or my club? This. Check 7. I got you, look.
mentor, your blinds are up now 600, 1200. Dealers in a mentor, make sure your next hand is 600, 1200 with a big blind entry of 1200.
Attention all poker players, we are going to do flip number 2 to get into the big PLO. Big PLO, $1,250 entry. We have 10 seats at $125 a piece. If you are interested, please raise your hand and we'll get a staff member to come over and collect your details. $125, cheapest way to get your way into the big PLO.
I think he has the best hand on it.
Might be wrong. Once called a lady had the exact same situation. Once called a lady. She had this long hair a long time ago. This is the Goliath.
Right?
I think you can check the screen later to know if you have it.
Yeah, maybe I don't.
I think he has to. They always have it.
Play differently.
If I was going for it, they don't have it.
You mean he would always call?
He would always call me. Sean
He would always call him because
he would call it. Oh, I would.
much do you know? Come on, dude. Hold on. 14. Four from 3. Oh.
One more. That's a call. You're calling, right? Yeah. Well, it has to be a call anyway, so.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure regardless that stays in, so
Correct. Fold from second. Speedy. There was a call, but
Are we continuing the hand?
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's to me?
He self-corrected anyway, but he called it.
To me, yeah?
He got paid 16. Players called for 8. Didn't say call, but threw out 8.
They're on his way. Check file. Fold 3. Cool. What's up? Check 5.
Alright, players in the PKO, your blinds are up now. 800, 1600. Dealers in the PKO, make sure your next hand is 800, 1600 with a big blind entry, 1600.
Free. Check. See fine.
all in.
6, 7.
Alright, players, we still do have slots in the flip. 1 in 10, $125.
Wow.
8 seats left for the big PLO.
What's a rivet you made?
Are you excited?
75.
Oh, I just thought you rivet me with your all in.
No, you turn me.
Because you're supposed to call with that stuff. That's why you're all in. I thought you probably had a strong reaction.
I'm supposed to just call my hand? Is that what you said?
In my opinion, but
Yeah, I mean,
you can do whatever.
in an opinion of a net, you probably just call anything that's not the nuts. Trying to not call. That's the only hand that you can have.
Sure.
What other 2 pair beats me?
It's fine, Jared.
You peel 4-5. First 2 big blinds.
It's fine, man. I'm not here to upset you. Okay.
Holding. Hold on. 16.
much? How much? No, I mean, how much is the bet? Is it
16. And a cool for me.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, we got about 30 minutes before we lock out for the PKO. Registration will close around 4:15 for the progressive PKO. Currently have 62 entries for the progressive knockout.
Bet 10,000. 1 0. Looks like a cool complete one. $65. Bet. 8, 6, 5.
Players in the Minotaur, your blinds are of 800, 1600. Deals in the Minotaur, blinds are of 800, 600 with a big blind ante of 1600.
10 seconds to add.
This is the final level before registration closes for the Minotaur. Registration will close at the end of the break.
Seconds to add.
It's okay to fold ace high, you know.
We got one seat left in the big PLO. One spot left in the big PLO. Flip 1 in 10. $125. If you guys want that last seat, put your hand out. We'll come around and come grab it. And sold.
No. Oh no. Embarrassing,
Now we know, right?
No, I folded this king.
That's good to see when I have there.
Please. Nice answer.
Fracture.
had jacks, man. I had jacks.
Jack?
Yeah. So I would have made a shit fold if he had nothing. Alright, there we go. That's 10 fold. I go. Yeah, I have a club. Yes, of course I have a club. Yes.
I go.
Alright, players in the PKO, you're on a 15-minute break.
Don't do it to me.
Dealers in the PKO, make sure not to deal another hand. We are going on a 15-minute break. Registration will close at the end of this break. And we'll be locked out.
Did you win?
Oh, I'm good. He had fives. That's what I thought. I thought he would have led.
Okay, mate.
What do you mean you're good? You're behind.
I know, I'm good.
Oh, yeah. Any self-respecting bluffer would hit that shit.
It happens.
Good fold. What did you have? What did you have?
Ace queen.
You ace high, bro.
Yeah, I know, but I beat the Foxballs and the cheese. Not no bet.
One say, table two.
Not no bet. Come on. You can't bet a king for that size.
How much did that
What? Oh, it was a good fold.
It was.
I would have called if he was fucking around.
When I misclick, can I please get some luck?
Mr. Raymond, could I please have a baby? And an antenna?
Did you know
Right.
that you 4-bet
Right.
shoved?
Right.
Were you aware that it was
Right.
me that opened?
He knew open.
Yeah, and he raised and then
Okay.
just wondering. Maybe you didn't see me open or something.
Oh, it's okay.
Where's the aces? When you need it. Where is it? Where's my aces?
Alright, players in the Minotaur, you're on a 15-minute break. Dealers, didn't deal another hand. You're on a 15-minute break. Registration will also close for the Minotaur at the end of this break.
Thanks, mate.
Is it just me and Quilly?
Correct.
Alright, round 2. Ding ding. How much do you start with?
I currently have 163, so I start with 179.
Thank you. Check.
Alright, players, let's run this big PLO flip. Seat 1 is Richard, seat 2 is Rachel, seat 3 is Michael, seat 4 is Belinda, seat 5 is Martin, seat 6 is Anthony, seat 7 is DJ, seat 8, 9, and 10 is also Michael.
1-1.
What?
1-1.
Well done.
Seat 1 is Ace Queen offsuit, seat 2 7-6 offsuit, seat 3 is Queen 8 offsuit, seat 4 King 4 offsuit, seat 5 is 4-10 offsuit, seat 6 is Pocket 8s, seat 7 6 Deuce offsuit, seat 8 is Ace 7 offsuit, seat 9 is 10 Deuce
Unless we
of
lose two
spades,
players.
and seat 10 is Ace King offsuit. Alright, let's see this flop. 9 of clubs, 4 of diamonds, Jack of hearts.
They usually only do that at the end.
I thought it was
Final
It
Seat
looked like
6,
it on the
still
turn,
ahead with Pocket 8s.
and then
Turn is a deuce of diamonds.
If I get the ace of hearts, I'm gonna like stare at the back of the card. Figure out what the
they kind of have ace king too, is there?
And a river is a queen of clubs.
would have been amazing.
And seat 1 wins. Richard,
Might fold ace
put
king.
your hand up. You got yourself a ticket to the big PLO.
No way.
I don't know, that guy 3-bet instantly as soon as he looked at his hand.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. If he has it, he has it. Which he did have it. He actually did have it. Yeah, I'm the Gen Z kids, you know? So we play ace king like aces. Round 3, ding ding.
So you're folding, right?
24.
Attention all players and dealers in the Goliath. After the hand in progress, players will be on a 15-minute break.
How did you know? How? Where is the pocket tools? Man, I just had ace king and you just muck it. Why won't you just jam it?
8-4. Man, I wanted to be a hero against you. I'll just. Okay.
Calling all poker players the Gold Coast Champs main event, 150k guaranteed. Out of 125 entries, only 16 have bagged through to day 2. Our final flights are tonight, Friday at 5 p.m, and tomorrow, Saturday night, also at 5 p.m. $600 buy-in. Get yourselves in with a shout for the 150k prize pool. plays the Gold Coast Champs main event, 150k guaranteed. Out of 125 entries, only 16 have backed through to day 2. Our final flights are tonight, Friday at 5 p.m, and tomorrow, Saturday night, also at 5 p.m. $600 buy-in. Get yourselves in with a shout for the 150k prize pool.
Cool.
67%. Well done, mate.
Thank you. 67% versus the field.
Yeah, first, yeah, everyone. Yeah. Next person was Ray with 9%.
Hey?
Next person was Ray with 9%.
Who was that?
Ray. Good in you. That seems good to me.
90-second call for the all players in the live. 90-second call.
Where did your chips go?
How much do you have? Don't ask, don't tell.
Button in seat 5 for Big PLO.
There's 2 players off a complete redraw. Don't forget that, guys. 16 we do a complete and a half. How much more on big blind, please? That was about 5,000, 10,000 or 10,000 big blind entries. That'll be here and here. Thank you. All your time checks have been finished. We should have 4 each.
Alright, when players in the live, your prize recommends 5,000, 10,000 with a 10,000 big blind ante. Dealers in the live, you can shuffle up your deal. And also, poker players in the big PLO, lines will start at 100, 200. Dealers, you can shuffle up your deal.
Did you have a good hand?
Probably wouldn't have called 80. But that's pretty good.
I wouldn't have went 80. $55. 60.
Now what I think.
61.
Probably.
Hey,
Sweet spot. 61. No good.
You had ace jack. Seems like a 50 hand. The outs are creeping in at 60.
happened? Would you have even completed? Or I got max value check.
No, I would call you probably, yeah. But this work.
Hold it. One fold. Three bets. 22. 2, 2. 4, 5, 4. Cool. My God, hands up. Check. Check. 25,025. 6, 7. C raises. 60,000. 6, 0. And a fold. 1. Cool. 6, 7. Raise. 30. Yeah. 3, 0. And a cool. My guys, heads up. 5.
Attention players and dealers in the Minotaur, your blinds are up. 1200, 2400, big blind empty, 2400 next hand please. That's 1200, 2400, big blind empty, 2400 in the Minotaur.
Seconds out. 5.
205.
205,000. Cool.
Flush.
I see that.
What's it was? Is that 200? Yeah. Sorry. That's a very fun.
I actually scored. Shit. Forgot about that. But you're not calling. You are.
I think I might call. What do you think?
I think you probably call.
Yeah, you think? What, 100 to 1's not a bad price?
I actually thought that when you said 205, you had less than 205. So I didn't jam it.
I think he'll call, right?
Yeah, he's gone. Very much. Allah.
You reckon?
Yep.
You reckon I might have called as well? Hayes folds there. Can't bow you down.
20,000 ring.
Oh, I didn't even see it. Shit. It blended in with the color of the felt. What does this mean? Am I forced to call or what's?
I'll ask Alex.
Can you ask the TV?
5 10. I've verbalized 20,000.
Yep.
Ray's put out 5,000 here.
I didn't see it.
Okay.
It's just like at 5,000.
Yep, so complete into the big blind. Okay, Ray, you will have option, or your 10k will stay in there. You want to have the option to only call or fold.
I actually didn't
Thank
see
you.
it.
I always verbal.
Yeah,
I always
okay.
verbal.
Yeah, that's pretty good. Don't mind a call either. Grab it. Take it.
Oh, then it was a fold. Wait, let's just think of it. Fold 4, fold 5, fold 7, fold 8.
Attention all poker players, we are going to try and start up a flip to flip into our Gold Coast Championship $150,000 guaranteed event. If you are interested, 6 seats, $100 a seat. Cheapest way to get your way into the Gold Coast Championships. If you would like a seat, please raise your hand. We'll get the staff member to come around and collect your information.
When you want to include the bet that's in the middle, so let's say this is your bet, just pick up the bet, take it back, and then start your new bet. Okay? I'll be calling Alex over here every 15 seconds.
Players and dealers in the PKO, your blinds are up. 1200, 2400, big blind out to you. 2400, next hand, please. That's all players and dealers in the PKO, 12, 24, 24.
seconds. 5. There's all them. 12, 8.
Thank you.
25. 12, 3.
Right, man. Absolutely.
Just going to
All of it? Yeah.
What happens then?
Attention all dealers in the Goliath. After heavy progress, please pause dealing.
Hold on. I'm going to go on. Hold on. I've got one personal win. Still life rate on the side. Check 3. Check 4. Check 3. Check 3. I need to see all cards, please, guys. I need to see all cards.
Good luck.
Stack your hand down.
It's a fold 3.
You had queens.
Got the ace jack, you?
You had queens.
I had queens, and that's a fold 3 to my 3 bet.
Yeah, that's very nice.
Yeah, you're not getting his hand.
Can I get a tray, please? Two trays, please. Actually,
Two trays.
Calling all poker players the Gold Coast Champs main event, 150k guaranteed. Out of 125 entries, only 16 have backed through to day 2. Our final flights are tonight, Friday at 5 p.m, and tomorrow, Saturday night, also at 5 p.m. $600 buy-in. Get yourselves in with a shout for the 150k prize pool. Poker Players, the Gold Coast Champs main event, 150k guaranteed. Out of 125 entries, only 16 have bagged through to day 2. Our final flights are tonight, Friday at 5 p.m, and tomorrow, Saturday night, also at 5 p.m. $600 buy-in. Get yourselves in with a shout for the 150k prize pool.
Players and dealers in the Minotaur, your blinds are up. 2,000, 4,000, big blind entry, 4,000, next hand please. 2,000, 4,000, big blind entry, or 4,000.
Alright, players in the Gold Coast Championship Flight D, start making your way to your seats. We'll get started in just a moment.
Attention all dealers in the mini main flight. Your button has been drawn into seat number 2. Seat number 1 in the mini main. Lines are 100 to 200. Dealers in the mini main, please shuffle up and deal. And attention all dealers in the Goliath, we are going to recommend line number 5,000, 10,000 with a 10,000 big blind entry. Our button has been redrawn to seat number 2. Dealers, when you're ready in the Goliath, please shuffle up and deal.
You're big blind.
Yeah, what a joke. I'm so bad.
We're also going to do one more flip into the Gold Coast Championship, $150,000 guaranteed flight. $100, 1 in 6 will win your way into the Gold Coast Championship. If you're wanting to see, please raise your hand. We'll get the staff member to come over.
We're on stream, buddy.
Can we have the chips off the reader, please, sir? These are just for your cars, these readers. Yeah. Chips, oysters. Yeah.
Hello.
Code 5. Sorry, code 7.
When he folded, I saw a red card flash, just so everyone knows. I don't know what it was, but it was red.
Code 2. Code 3.
Check.
Alright guys, heads up.
Alright, Gold Coast Championship Flight D, button will start on seat 1. Lines will start at 100, 200. They shuffle up and deal. 100, 200.
Check. 5, 15, 1, 5, and a 4. 2, 9. Two raises, 25, 2, 5, 3 folds, 4, 5, 5.
Cowboys. Cowboys with no fucking action.
Action? You know if you're lying with Spark.
Well, you're going to see in 20 minutes anyway.
I like your watch, mate. Very nice.
Heads up, guys. Seven check. Check.
I see.
King high.
King high. King queen, yeah? Nick fell from side of it. Very shitty. I pair of threes.
I didn't have any overcards to your hand.
Old one. Too close. Too close. Five raises. 20,000. Both six. Both seven. Cool. Thanks. Heads up, guys. Check eight. Check five.
Thank you, though.
Check eight. 15. raises. 22, 2, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Not a pair, that's not a great, not a good pair. Not good.
5 folds. 6 folds. 7 folds. 8. 22, seat 1. And a 4. 2. Go heads up. Check, seat 1. Check, seat 2. 15. Five folds, 6 folds, 7 folds, 8 bets, 20.
What's the bet, sir?
20. 1 fold. 2 folds.
'Alright, players in the PKO, your blinds are up 2,000, 4,000. Dealers in the PKO, your blinds are up 2,000, 4,000. The big blind ends you at 4,000.
Players and dealers in the Minotaur, your blinds are up. 2,500, 5,000, big blind ante of 5,000. Next hand, please.
Fold 6. 8. 7 fold. 8 fold. 1 fold. 2 fold. 3 calls.
Also, players in the Minotaur, your prize balls are now up on the screen. We are paying the top 10.
5 raises it to 35. 35. 34. Raises 20,000, 2-0, 5 fold. Look alright, isn't it? Why you
Alright, Pickle Players, we'll be doing
Angry?
another main event.
Just a fucking angry guy,
$600 ticket.
You made it out of the hood, man.
We've got Gina in seat 1,
Made it out.
Kane in 2, Jade in 3 and 4.
I'm out,
Richard
but I
in
never
5,
really left mentally,
Jade
you know.
in 3, so Jade's got 3 seats. 50-50 for Jade. And seat 1, we've got Queen 4 off. Seat 2, we've got Jack 6 off. Seat 3 is Queen 3 off. Seat 4, we've got 10
I guess you
off.
prefer dealing normal
Seat
feet.
5, we've got Ace Jack off. And seat 6 is 4 Deuce off. No one's suited.
Quite a table, this one, eh?
Yeah, very. Might move you guys.
Slot 10,
1 fold.
Ace, 7, 2 clubs. Seat 5's ahead. Turns a 4. Rivers, 10 and spade, and
20.
Jade Mitchell continues running luck.
Raise, 65, 6 folds. 7 folds.
Just for the stream. There's some action out there. I should be careful. I heard you got a new nickname.
Hey guys, we've got a huge day tomorrow at APT. We've got 3 guaranteed events. First one starts at 12 PM. We've got the Poker Shop 250 at a 20.
Unfortunately for you, someone else said it was Shrek, but
Liam
said that to me, yeah.
Stretch the donkey whisperer.
Ah, okay.
That's why. So it's the same thing.
Odd one. 2 folds. 3 folds. 5 folds. 6 folds. All in.
Seem mean. Can't get good neighbours anymore.
Keep buying Nancy pizza.
I think that's my idea of heaven.
Yeah.
What, having no neighbours around me? Maybe not in the bush, but yeah, definitely no neighbours.
Or not close neighbours. A couple of miles
Might,
away.
yeah, a couple of miles away. Might feel the need to go outside, get drunk, walk around naked, shooting things.
That's a great combination, Joe.
We're talking about your daily routine. Is that what
Well, that's why I need no neighbours.
Twofold.
All very understanding ones.
Threefold. 20,000, 6,500, 6,500, 7,500, 8,000. Alright guys, how's that? Check. Check.
Alright.
20.
Alright, poker players, we'll be doing another main event flip. 1 in 6, $100 each. If anyone is interested, raise your hand. Cameron will come over and collect your details and your money.
Get the stream started, I want to see what you do.
There, I had 8, 9 of clubs. Actually, I just played it way better.
You did. I'm learning.
I can't just say I have kings every hand on the stream, right?
Can't say anything on the stream.
I shouldn't say anything on the stream, you mean?
Five.
I opened a legit hand this time as well.
I'm sitting here hoping you've got aces. Big, big.
I had
tens or
jack.
something?
Ace jack. No, full tens.
Fair.
Getting a nice price with ace jack.
Oh, I'm like,
Wow.
gone.
Surprised she didn't call that.
I think he's got me in trouble a lot.
125. 20 already. Yeah.
I'm the best.
Yeah, I had 8 twos. So.
You're the worst.
I know. Never lucky. Never mind. Always lucky. Oh my god, I had lucky.
I had 8, 9.
Yeah, did you?
Yeah. 8, 9 with 8 of hearts, 9 of diamonds.
Get them 9s in the bin.
See, open. Feature table fit.
Thank you.
He's calling until end of day.
Good. Perfect. Best mate. Nice hand, bud.
Cheers.
8 on the river. Give us both a bit. So you're still running well?
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I had a good one against Jared.
Right.
Cooler, big cooler. Big flop trips. I had nut flush on a turn.
Sure, could you send me over those bank chips? On the turn, thank you.
No, on the rip.
On the flop.
River. We both had big enough stats, so it was a large part. Just gotta bink the flush draw.
Five fold. 7 raises, 20,000. 2 0. 8 fold. 1. 20. 2 calls.
Seat 3 calls.
Alright, go supers in this one. 3 clears. Two checks. 3 checks. $35. 6 7. 3 5. All in. Seat 2. 12.
I must be dead.
Seat 3.
GG.
And to think I was
Must
gonna
be
call
nice.
it back for 7. Jeez.
We have Nicole in the Goliath.
You have all the back
Queen,
doors,
9 of clubs, all in and at risk
Double
against
eight,
combinations
two,
on a board of 8 of spades, Queen of diamonds, 7 of clubs. Turn card brings the Queen of spades.
Sorry.
It's not over yet. Keep standing. Wow.
And the river card does bring the King of hearts, which means Queen, 9 of clubs
Sorry, man.
will
If you
double
do
up
it,
against
it's nice to
combinations.
get one back.
Thank you. Are you? Are you?
It's alright.
It's alright. Can I have your chips, please?
One of the last series I played in UE, I got aces in 3-4 times and lost all of them.
Nice one.
So you have 100, 120, 160, 170.
When you stood up and started saying GG, I'm like, here it comes. It's coming.
Just quietly, I'll put a minute from here.
Knew it would come.
It just keeps me in check, playing this podcast, having big chips on my lap. 3 big chips on my lap.
To be fair, it looked like a good flop to check raise on, but
Yeah, it's good enough.
like I said, you were going to call me with your
I was
7
going
on
to call
this.
him with the 7, not you. He's going to try and hit my back door draws.
I don't want to hear about the stuff that you do, bud.
Oh, alright, I'll stop calling.
No, please don't. They're loving you on the stream. Talking about your backdoor action and that.
Yeah.
Somebody got commentary right now, you haven't got to.
True betting. What did you true bet me with?
Me?
8-9 suited? Hey.
I'm a nit.
No, you're not. I've seen what you do.
I had kings like. That we can't rebuy anymore.
We all need one or two.
Alright guys, Jack and
Am I
Diamond,
small
first
blind?
blind card.
Wait a minute.
Oh, 7 fold.
This deal, right? That's it.
Yeah, you're a big blind.
Oh, okay. So I'm small blind.
Correct. The first blind card, guys, is Jack and Diamond.
No, I'll have to 3-bet you once just to make you aware.
I am firmly aware.
Cool.
You know, I have to say, listen, kid, it's not going to be like
Boys and
that.
girls in the Minotaur, your blinds are now 3,000, 6,000, big blind ante 6,000 please. That's all players and dealers in the Minotaur, 3,000, 6,000, big blind ante 6,000.
I feel bad for like a split second until I realised that.
Aww. Leave my chips alone. Let me win one. It's pretty good. It's a pretty good hand.
Big lick. I'm not gonna lie, the first 3 bet you'll probably see on stream, it was a little bit light. But now I'm in line now. Yeah, it was a little bit light.
Still waiting for it. What was it?
A Jack 10.
Also head.
Of course.
How much respect is given?
You had Ace King.
Oh.
You're Malaysian?
Singaporean. No, Singapore. No. Born there, but.
Can tell by the accent. La.
Yalla. Yalla.
I've got some pretty good friends from Singapore.
Okay.
I can't even open here. How's the neighborhood?
Gonna check. Hold on. Make sure it's not on fire.
I can tell you it's a bad neighborhood. Be careful.
I'm gonna call.
There's plenty neighborhoods today. Hang on, I haven't checked my neighborhood yet.
That or the neighbours are setting you up.
Okay, over heads up.
Alright, my players, we'll be doing our main event flip. Seat 1 we got Jason, seat 2 Liam, seat 3 Nira, seat 4 Rob, seat 5 Sherry,
I
and
let you
seat
see a
6
flop.
Kate.
Come on.
You call that nice?
Yeah, it was like giving you false hope.
Seat 1 got 9-8 off, seat 2 got 8-3 off.
I'm still coming
seat
to the
3 got
barbecue, don't
6-5
worry.
spades, seat 4 Ace-4 off, seat 5 is 10-7 off, and seat 6 is Jack-2 off.
I'll even bring dessert as well.
Flop, Ace of spades, 8 of diamonds, 6 of spades. Turn to Queen of spades. Rivers at Jack of spades. Seat 1 with the 8 of spades. Jason, you are our flip winner.
Five bets, 25, 25. Seven everyone.
That's one display.
And a very good evening from the Southport Sharks here on the Gold Coast as we join you with commentary. Hope you've been enjoying and following the feed. We're down to the last 13 here of the Goliath. This is our big buy-in event at the Australian Poker Tour Gold Coast leg. 13 players left out of an initial 66 who paid 2.5K to enter this event. I'm Harvey Silver. I'll be joined shortly by Braden Jinks, who's just out doing a few interviews for us that will roll into the coverage throughout the evening. Big night here in Southport. Rooms already buzzing. We've got a 150 buy-in dealer dealt event here, which has attracted an enormous number of players. You're watching our feature RFID table. And there is a secondary table outside with the rest of our players making up the 13 that are left. Definitely some recognisable faces on this table. If you follow the Australian Poker Tour or if you've been watching over the last few nights, the cream definitely does rise to the top, and we see a lot of familiar faces at the pointy end of these big events. But we also
have the opportunity to see some players that you probably wouldn't know, recreational players. Last night, as the grind finished, there was lots of evidence of that.
$600 entry. If you do make it through,
Dipper took the title. He's having an incredible run up here. But heads up, he beat Elizabeth, 80-year-old recreational player who got all the way to heads up, playing some wild poker that nobody could read. Certainly got lucky a few times, but put the pressure on her opponents and got the reward of second place. 28K she took away. She was absolutely wrapped. And Dipper, 45K for winning the grind. He's cashed over 80 grand, excuse me. Cashed over 80 grand already this week up on the Gold Coast. Had a win in the Hashem Deep Stack, third place in the Players' Championship, and a win in the grind last night. What an incredible run Dipper's having, and celebrated with kebabs in Broadbeach at midnight, which was an indication that he's taking this week very seriously, and he's back playing again today. As mentioned, Braden Jinks will join me shortly in commentary.
Don't blame me, guys.
You'll also see that at this point in the tournament we have a 30-second shot clock, which is just on the dealer's right. Each player has 30 seconds to act. Keeps things moving along. Did have to have a giggle earlier when checking out the chat that one of you guys was going nuts hearing a beep in your house, in your apartment, and looked everywhere for what the hell was beeping, and then realised it was on the feed and it was the shot clock that was beeping. Hope no one else makes that mistake. That would drive you mental.
In the Goliath, your lines will be up next hand. 6,000, 12,000 with a 12,000 big line empty.
Guys are up now, 6, 12, 12.
So big Jack Ramsden. It's written Jack, but definitely goes by Jack. Big chip count here, and playing the way that he always plays, which is all action. He's involved in a lot of hands. He loves actually playing. Loves putting the pressure on. Spoke to Jack yesterday and asked him if he'd come into commentary for us tonight. He's a really interesting guy. He's travelled around the world playing poker, living now in Malaysia, originally from the UK, and spends a lot of time in Australia. He said, sure, but I hope I can't. He definitely had visions on getting to the pointy end of this, and he has succeeded with 960,000 chips here. 13 players left. Michelle folds. Michelle would be known also to a lot of you guys. Scott Redman, again, fixture on the Australian Poker Tour. And there's Jack getting Scott to fold a suited ace, but he won't get Riang to fold his suited ace out of the big blind. We go to the flop. Wrong suit for both of them. But Jack just keeps betting. He's just puts the pressure on. You think he's using his big stack, but sometimes it doesn't matter what Jack's stack is. He just loves putting the pressure on. Loves being involved in hands. Top guy, loves to chat. It's always pretty lively on the table when he's there.
Yeah. Oh, no, I'm not relying on that. I need
players and dealers in the mini main. Your blinds will be up next.
Did have a quick look through the room on the way up to our commentary area, and I can tell you that Tony Hashem, the majority owner of the Australian Poker Tour, is actually one of the 13 players still alive. He's on the outer table and had a decent chip stack. He told me he did take a bit of a hit. He still had a pretty decent stack from what I could see. And Lachlan Crilly also on the outside table. He was a little short stacked, again, from what I could see. But another man who's always dangerous with any number of chips.
Not ace-9.
You'll know it's Jack talking on the table when you hear that Pommy accent. Loves a chat.
It's very unnecessary, which is annoying.
And if you haven't been following the stream, just to catch you up, we are commentating this as you're seeing it on your stream, half an hour behind play. So we're not commentating this live and then sending the stream out on a half-hour delay. We're actually commentating this on a delay. This is all part of the security around being able to see the whole cards and no one being able to pass on any information. We're in a very secure broadcast area out the back, and the only time we really see what's going on outside is on our way through to come into the commentary area. Outside of that, we really do have no idea, and I love it this way because we can get just as excited as you guys as we see this unfold. And if this final table tonight's going to be anything like the Players' Championship or the Grind, you're in for a great night, because I don't think, and this was confirmed with Jinxie, who's seen a lot of poker, that we've seen two final tables with that much action. It was fast, furious, and was definitely helped by a lot of great hands going up against each other, but also with Elizabeth in the mix last night, some really unconventional poker being played that a lot of the players around her just could not work out what she was doing.
Loose or time banks behind?
And to make the story even better, she got a ticket into that $1,250 buy-in event through a satellite, $200 satellite, and finished up winning 28 grand. An 80-year-old Belgian lady, lovely lady, and she had the time of her life. And if you go onto our social media, onto the Insta and Facebook, you'll see her in the photos as part of the rail of the winner of Tipper. She just couldn't believe that she'd been able to turn a satellite entry into second place and was absolutely beside herself. Has had a fair bit of success on the Australia-New Zealand Poker Tour, so no stranger to tournament poker and even final tables. And I actually think she might have even won an event, but
how old are you, mate?
Pretty incredible achievement, and especially against someone like Tipper, who has just shown what a great player he is, being able to change gears, incredible feel. He's not a maths guy. He's very much a feel, old school poker player.
Players and dealers in the Minotaur at the end of your hand. You want a 30-minute dinner break?
It is.
That's all players and dealers in the Minotaur at the end of the hand.
And then some of the other players that were on that table, Anya played incredibly well, but still got outlasted by the 80-year-old.
Huh? Well, I wouldn't bet 60 if you were, and I'll bet smaller, and I'll call whatever you raise. Three people versus 4 people, it's very different.
We'll show you these percentages all the way through. This is hands that go to showdown, so hands that go all the way, where both players flip the cards at the end and we see what happens. And we definitely try and keep the commentary for those who know the game really well and those who maybe just starting off their poker journey or watching online poker. Don't want to alienate too many people. And we do say so often that if you want to make that step, perhaps from home games or pub poker, and you're around, if you're on the Goldie in Brisbane, great opportunity over the weekend to come down here and play dealer dealt events. And this is exactly what's happening out there at the moment with a $150 buy-in event. Dealer dealt, just don't see that anywhere. And a great opportunity for people who otherwise wouldn't come and play in a venue like this, who may feel a bit intimidated or that they just don't quite have the experience yet, to come down and mix it. It's going to be a massive prize. We'll let you know once the entries for that close how many we've got, but it is huge. This could be interesting here. Riang flopping the 9, Ahmed flopping the 8.
Attention poker players, we are going to do a flip for the
45k bet.
$50, 1 in 5.
It's called.
If you are interested, please raise your hand. We'll get a staff member to come over and collect your details. It is $50, 1 in 5. Please raise your hand if you are interested of entering the flip into the mini man.
This time, Ahmed checks. The bet's going to be 100. And good fold there from Ahmed. So a little bit lopsided this table, with Riang and Jack having around 2 million chips between them. Put the payouts up for you shortly. They're pretty darn good. Can tell you that it's 48k up top. And Riang now with the ace-king, chip leader. 35. And he bets 35. 25, sorry. And
don't throw your rubbish
another ace-king. You'll see shot clock gets started. 30 seconds to act. The whole lot's going in. And with the two offsuit ace kings up against each other,
let's just do a chop.
This is nearly always a chop.
TJ, let's just do a chop. Why are you silent?
If you lose here with the 4 of 1 suit coming out in the middle, it's just probably the worst way you can possibly go. They both seem pretty happy to chop it, listening to the table.
Yeah, if spades calm down,
But if it's heart or diamonds, then
Players and dealers in the big PLO after handing progress will be
spade
at 400, 800, 400, 800.
So, two spades. So, unless another spade comes here,
Emmanuel.
it will be a split.
Oh, okay.
It was black. They can both breathe now. So those payouts, as I said, 45k up top, 29,000 for second, 19,000 for third, 14,000, 10,000, 8,700, 7,000 for seventh, 5.5 for eighth and ninth. So not quite on the bubble yet, but the bubble will be on the final table, the final nine, ninth and eighth will take home 5,500. 45,000 up top's a pretty nice payday. It is the second day of this $2,500 buy-in event. $66 runners to start with, down to 13. Feature table, notable in fact for the fact that we don't actually have a female on it. The girls have been absolutely killing it here in Southport.
Hands, man.
I don't think I'm going to be exaggerating when I say that our female players have either won or finished runner-up in at least half the events we've had this week. Underrepresented in the room, but absolutely overrepresented at the pointy end of the events. Last night, we had Anya and Elizabeth both play so well, but still need to give a shout out to Dipper, old school player who had a massive chip lead at the start of the final table, got down to about 1.4 million and felt like he was in quicksand. He just could not get out of it, couldn't, you know, pushing a little bit as he does, and went from that to win a massive hand, which put him right back in it, and then took his second trophy and ring, beautiful Drakakis jeweler's ring, in 3 days. Second in 3 days, just a incredible achievement.
I hand against you yesterday. I thought I had two aces. I looked at the same card twice.
Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah.
So that was a good one.
And then I was like, oh, this is good enough to jam for value.
So just listening to that table talk, even the most experienced guys
when they're bluffing, right?
can make mistakes. Jack just saying that he played yesterday and he thought he had aces, but he looked at the same card twice.
I think I would have really put him in the blend had he have not had what he had. Yes.
Okay.
Had you have had like a top pair hand.
Love to hear who you're rooting for, Empire Poker. In the chat, obviously right in the corner of Michelle. Very experienced player. Someone who's known widely through the Australian Poker Tour and all the tours. Another one of those old school guys that play with feel ahead of the math. And here he is, having to call out of the big blind with just a queen 3. That misses everybody. And Michelle decides my read on these two is pretty good. I'm going to push all in with absolutely nothing and takes it down.
You got ace jack or something?
A lot to be said for a bit of aggression, and that sort of flop for someone out of the big blind is a really good one to show a little bit of aggression. Did have the bottom pair, but it's a lovely flop for that sort of big blind special, I call it.
King 9 suited.
So we're 6 and 12k blinds. There's a 12k ante as well. The players are putting into the pot each time.
If you would like a seat, please raise your hand. We'll get a staff member to come over and collect your details.
Going to be joined imminently by my partner in crime up here this week. We've seen some pretty amazing poker. If we see anything like what we did last night, I think we'll be more than pleased. Braden Jinks, welcome to the stream today. I understand you hit some lovely Gold Coast traffic on your way in here as well.
What has been a 10 to 15 minute drive home took me a time that I'm not sure I even want to repeat. So haven't encountered that yet in sunny Gold Coast, but felt the full force of that tonight. But I think what tops the amazing poker that we saw last night was the story of Liz Bousson, who came second. Was just out interviewing Liz, and I mean her story just had, I was speechless, had me absolutely gobsmacked. 80 years old, going heads up against Dipper. To keep her mind sharp, she plays a book of Sudoku every week, finishes the book, goes and plays the next book, finishes that, goes and plays poker, keeps her mind is so sharp for 80 years old.
Well, you let me know.
You know, growing up in Belgium and coming out here, playing poker for the last, her inspiration to play was when Joe Hasham won the WSOP main event, much like so many Australians, and you know, just at the age of 80, running those insane bluffs. I've just never seen anything like it. And she travels around as a, I'm not sure what the term would be, like a nomad in her camper van from tour to tour by herself. She's just so sharp and incredible. I've just finished the interview there, so I'm still a bit stunned.
Yeah, well, I did tease her story before you came in. I did talk about how, you know, it takes all sorts. You got someone like Dipper who's played poker for so long, so experienced, very much that old school field player, and then someone comes in who very much a recreational player, but loves it. And I love this morning when I got on social media and I saw her in Dipper's rail photograph. She pushed her way in there as well. She was so happy to finish second. It didn't really matter.
She, what I found so amazing in that interview at the end, she said, oh, well, now I guess I have to change my strategy because everyone knows how I play. So she's aware enough to know what she's doing, and she's going to go out and the next time she plays, she's going to do something completely different. So,
well, I think no one knew what she was doing.
At times I wondered if she knew it. I'm not going to lie, but
I know. So I did grab your friend Anya after she got knocked out, and I said, gee, Elizabeth played well. And Anya said, no, she didn't. I had no idea what she was doing. And I said, that's why she played well. That's exactly what she's trying to do.
It was extraordinary stuff. It was extraordinary. I think, Anya, a little unlucky there, but, you know, if we take that call there aside, every bluff that Liz ran, her opponent had a better hand, and every single time they folded that better hand. You know, I actually asked her about it, and she says there's so much that goes into it. She's always looking at her opponent, looking at the breathing, you know, making sure she's got a decent hand to bluff with. I mean, at times that read was a tad erratic, but, you know, every time that they just couldn't call.
No.
You know, and, you know, getting Anya to fold the nines there, like, we're just full of compliments for Liz's attitude towards the game, to not just sit there and wait and to just start bluffing. And she also did mention that she plays into the fact that she's an elderly woman.
Oh.
She knows that. She goes, people look at me and see an old woman, so I start bluffing.
Yeah.
That's exactly what she said.
But I do have to say, when she said she was 80, I was shocked.
I actually couldn't.
She's a young-looking 80.
Yeah, well, she did go in and talk about a little about even when she was 40 or 50. I think she's always felt like everyone thought she was younger. And you know, and she also was a little vulnerable, talking about how she was at times when she started playing poker embarrassed of her age, how much older she was than everyone else. But she's come to terms with that, and now she takes it as a point of pride, being able to final table these events. She final tabled the grind as well in Brisbane in January. Incredible story.
And, you know, also said she's had a fair bit of success on the ANZ poker tour as well, you know, way back when.
Won an ANZ PT title in 2010 in New Zealand for around $15,000 to $20,000. A final table that we believe Tony Hashem was on.
I'm pretty sure she looked at Tony, she had no idea who he was, and said, I think he was on my final table last night.
That's unbelievable.
So, yeah, great story, and interesting too to speak to the players about it, because I suppose there's some sense that, you know, you put so much time in as a professional player, if you like, that you hope and expect that that's always going to give you the edge and reward you. And then when you see someone come in like that, who is, she basically chucked the rule book out and, you know, played like that. It was a little bit begrudging, you know, that you know, because
it was actually pretty good.
It wasn't the way that you're taught to play, if you like, but we loved it up here because of the way it was so unconventional and fearless. I mean, that word was mentioned so many times last night. She was absolutely fearless.
No, she didn't shy away from any spot, but some of them were crazy, but others were, you know, she picked good hands. You know, she bluffed ace-5 offsuit, Naman folded ace-6 suited. You know, she had, you know, at times a solid understanding of what hands to pick and when. The sizings, you know, I remember she jammed 600K into 100K, but Pricey folded top pair.
Yeah.
You know, and there's nothing in Solver land or GTO land that could teach you ever to play against Liz.
Yep.
Ever. There's nothing that, you know, a lot of the robots that will sit at the table and think, I have absolutely no idea what's going on here, and they actually end up folding the spot usually because you're going to wait for a better one.
Yeah, and that was her advantage last night, and that's why she got through. And we did say she'll get caught eventually, but in the end, she didn't actually get caught. She actually made a bad call.
Yeah,
you know, she didn't actually push into the pot. She just made a. You know what she said to me afterwards? She said, "I made a tired call." She was exhausted, and I think she, you know. I think she was really happy with how far she'd got, and at one point in time she did say to Dipper, you can have the trophy in the ring. It wasn't, you know, actually about that for her. You know, so I think she just got to a point where, she made a really bad call, and but
I think she was happy with her. She was happy with her her result, and then I thought I'll call this off and go home. And she did talk about that in the interview. It was 3 12-hour days in a row, and at the end she just had enough. But she actually got it in like it was a flip. It was like
it was
50%.
still a flip. Yeah. Still a flip.
Now we.
So again, we just letting you guys know we're commentating this a half an hour behind as you're seeing it. So we don't really have much of an idea of what's going on outside. We can give you some information that's available to all of you online, but it's not like we go out and sort of check out what's going on and then come back in, because that's would not be right.
We can give you a rough estimate of what's happening on out at the other table.
But this is all available to you guys online. But yeah, Braden, give us a...
So just some notables we have that are on this other table. Tom Maguire is still in the event. Multiple APT champion. He seems to be short. Lachlan Crilly.
Spoke to Lockie outside. He was pretty short too.
Yep. Michelle Anunu, APT main event winner. Oh, he's on our table.
He's on here. He's moved.
Sorry, apologies. Now, the one and only Tony Hashem.
Yes, he has been mentioned, and he had a decent chip count when I saw.
And the last notable, other than that, would be Matthew Ginn from Melbourne, who was on our final 2 tables of the grind. Multiple major trophy winner, yet to have an APT trophy. I know he's keen to finally get one of those. So, just to sum up there, the notables on our other table, but they all the chips seem to be here.
Yeah, so between the 2 chip leaders here, there's over 2 mil. And of course, Jack's one of those. And you're going to know that Jack's on the table because you just keep hearing the chat.
Yeah. But
and Ru Young as well. So they're both looking pretty good. Jack just dropping slightly under $1 million now.
Yeah, just to sum up those notables again on that other table, we'll try and get chip stacks out to you when we can, but it is tough because we don't, as Harvey said, we're commentating as you see it. But Tony Hashem, Matthew Ginn, Lachlan Crilly, and Tom Maguire are the notables on the outer table.
Now, there is a gentleman sitting next to Tony out there. I don't actually know who he is, but he was one of the guys who came for kebabs last night after Dipper won. Dipper shouted a few people kebabs, and he was one of the guys that came along. So I'm actually not sure who he is. That's terrible, but
will not be the first or last person that Dipper has shouted.
Oh no! Now it was funny to see Dipper throw a $100 note on the counter of the kebab shop. That was how he celebrated last night.
Wouldn't be. I'm trying to figure out who that would be, but just to sum up where we are at the tournament: 13 left, 9 pay.
Yeah, we're not far away from.
7 re-rates.
We're also not that close. This will take a while to get through.
So, just to sum up where we're at, obviously $45,000 up top yet again, and 9th gets 2x min cash of $5,500. That's 8th and 9th. Now, just to note our notables on this table, Jacques Ramsden, who you're going to see a lot of, a man that plays a lot of hands, always putting you in a lot of spots. And with 1 million chips, we're going to see fire as we got an all-in and a call with Michelle Anunu behind with the ace-9.
Woke up with it. Good luck.
This is not Michelle's first all-in in the last half an hour. He's pushed a number of times. He hits the 9. Wow. In the window. It's going to need a king to eliminate Michelle. 1 card to go. So wiggles his way out of that one and stays alive.
He is a wiggler. He's so hard to kill out of a tournament in front or behind.
He's laughing. Look at this.
He is
knows.
laughing. He knows. but you know, we've spoken about Michelle at length on our streams in the last couple of days. Just such a great fella. Learned how to play No Limit Hold'em in the Israeli army when he served. They played for Smokes. And, you know, he found that he thought he had a bit of an edge against the players he was playing against in the army and thought he'd try out a bit of live poker. And here he is, an APT main event winner amongst a litany of other scores that he's got. But the one to watch here on this table, I dare say, is going to be Ray Wang. You know, a man that chopped the APL Millions for about $400,000. A huge score there with, I know he's got at least one APT trophy. I believe he took the mini main out.
Mini main.
At some point as well. So
yep.
With Ray and Jacques next to each other and Michelle on their left, even though we're closing in on the bubble, these ranges are going to be tighter. I'd still expect to be fireworks because Ray and Jacques really aren't going to be here for that $5,500. They'll be looking
Jack, it doesn't really matter what his chip stack is, Jack. He likes to put the pressure on. He likes to create an image at the table. People who've played with him will know that he's fired numerous bullets into tournaments. He has no problem rebuying and backs himself in.
As we saw, I think that I can't remember, it might have been the Players' Champs potentially closing on the bubble, and he was on stream with us for a couple of hands before he put in the 10-4 suited. You know, so that was a pretty indication, might be an indication of what we've got to come tonight. But you know, Ray with over 1 million chips is going to be pretty hard to stop. He's such a competent player as well. So many big scores. And very, very aggressive.
Players in the Minotaur, you just have under 3 minutes before your tournament recommences.
Scott hitting the bottom of that flop.
This is your 2-minute call.
Ryang comes along. And it was worth his while coming along as the king comes out. Scott's going to fire again.
2 bets, 35 goes.
35.
Roller coaster. 3 calls.
It's a call. And the river is the ace. And it's also another spade. Let's see if this slows down the action. Not on Scotty's part. Scotty is betting
2 bets, 100,000.
100,000.
Players in the Minotaur, this is your 90-second call. Please start making your way back to the seats. That's all players in the Minotaur, 90-second call.
I worked on a campsite.
Showing some nerve here, Braden, betting out. Ryang just clearly trying to work out why he'd bet out both streets.
I'm wondering if Ray ever tends to turn this hand into a bluff. We've got a pretty high hand up in our range, but
he worked it out.
No, that's a time bank chip.
Time
bank chip. So
of course
he's got the king of spades. He's wondering potentially if his hand's good enough to just call off a bluff, or you know, are we going to try and get our opponent to fold some type of I'm not really sure, but we're going to try to get him to fold once he bets his size on the river for half his stack. But that king of spades, we now know our opponent can't have the nuts. That's impossible. So Ray's contemplating a bluff, but the stack to pot ratio here is quite small, but he's just going to bin this. Goodness me.
So that was the last
thing.
thing.
He snap-showed it as well. And gets an applaud from Jack.
So that was the last thing you were expecting there?
No. I'm unsure whether... I think if we're a little bit deeper, Ray would choose to bluff there with the king of spades. You know, we're blocking that nut flush, and we have that hand in our range sometimes. And as we turned over the 5-3 of clubs, I got an applause from the table.
Yeah, especially Jack. He likes rubbing that stuff in. Bet size 2 there.
Sorry, Matt, say again.
Bet size 2 from Scotty.
Well, I mean, he's bet for half his stack, so he obviously knows that you know, if he moves all in and how his opponent does have a flush, he's out. This size, if he gets called or gets jammed on, he still has 6 or 7 big blinds to be able to play with. So that's it's kind of the theory there. But I mean, you can only ever say well played. We've got bottom pair,
and it's so much easier when you can see the whole card. So.
It certainly is. I mean, Ray's gonna. I mean, obviously he knows what
one fold
that hand is, but I just think that Ray's potentially not thought any of those type of lowish junky hands that connected with the bottom of that board would have called the turn. And that's why he ended up folding the river. So, you know, if we do call the turn there in those spots, we've got to be willing to bluff off some rivers. And that's, even though we didn't have a spade in our hand, that's what he thought he had to do. And he's picked up a really handy pot closing in on the bubble.
We've only been on the stream for a little while, but you can already see aggression being rewarded here. And there's no more aggressive bloke out there than Jack. His nickname should probably be Continuation.
I tell you what, he definitely is, but he's got 2 of the most other aggressive people in the room on his left and his right.
So fireworks?
Fireworks ahead. Maybe a little less closing in on the money, but we really should. And, you know, Jack really tends to tilt people the way he plays too. When he C-bets, he'll throw the chips across the table. You know, just does things a little bit differently. But he actually, I watched him play on the, I think it was potentially the main event final table from last series.
There could have been.
I think it was that my good friend Simon Shaheen final tabled, so I was tuning in there, and he played it very competently. I remember he raised the cutoff, and Simon flatted aces, and Jack basically read out Simon's hand. So as we've got an interesting, no, we don't really. So.
And then he's got a good read on that too, Jack. He's
doesn't want to continue.
Ahmed's flopped the flush, and he didn't continue, so...
Yeah, I remember the hand from that final table where he raised and Simon decides to just trap aces. And they ended up getting to the river and so Simon just calls with aces pre. They get to the river and Jack basically is like, this smells like aces. So I think, you know, we might see him playing a lot of pots and, you know, putting people in spots, but obviously still very competent in range construction.
Great player. I think what I said before he came on is he actually likes to play. He doesn't like to just sit at the table. He will tell you openly, I get very bored very quickly. So you'll just find him in a lot of hands. He'll probably fold a lot of hands too, but you'll just find him in a lot of hands because he does get, you know, he said, I've got a, it was very self-deprecating what he said. It wasn't a short attention span, but it was more self-deprecating than that.
Yes, we can probably figure out what...
So... It's a decision.
Maybe recap this a little bit. Our under the gun player is... raised, and Michelle's taken the ace-5 off as a bluff from the big blind and put him in 4 off the money, and this is what we're going to see from Michelle often. He, you know, during the week he accumulated a lot of chips to get to that Players' Chance final table, and you know we have heard that I think he 6-bet jammed ace-6 suited into pocket queens and ended up winning that to accumulate a lot of those chips. So he's just completely fearless. We know this about Michelle already.
Yeah, he's another one of those that I'm sure we'll be using that word a lot of if he's on the stream for a lot of it tonight. I think one of the things that was obvious in the grind last night, which just made it such a great final table, was everyone was trying to win. Like, no one was just there to try and climb up the pay levels and you know, and sit around and wait for other players to knock each other out. The action was just, I can't remember, you know, a hand, honestly, that didn't at least have some action.
No, it was...
Everyone was very, very keen to play.
It's, we've been blessed. You know, for instance, we started our coverage for the final tables that we've had.
Wanted action.
You know, Dipper's taken up 80% of the screen time and 90% of the commentary, but you know, we've been helped by a lot of coolers as well, but it's been entertaining nonetheless. The feedback's been great. Everyone's been tuning in. So many people out in the room tuning in, watching the table that's just behind them. And, you know, a lot of people have admitted that they're just tuning in to watch Dipper, but I think that, you know, we've really been blessed with the quality of play and just the entertaining hands. Like we were discussing hands at length. Two of note. We remember Gary Lynn, who took out the Monster Freeze last night for about $8,000, beating Dennis Huntley. Heads up.
Dennis did get through to the last two there. That was quite late, so I didn't see.
I think they did a three-way deal because the place was shutting and they didn't want to come back. Gary didn't want to come back and fight it out, so I think there was a three-way deal there, and Gary Lynn's won that for about $8,500. You know, we spoke about Gary's call-off with the pocket threes there in the Players' Champs for hours after. Big discussion in the room, and that was matched last night by Anya's call versus Naman with the ace-9 on King, Queen-9. You know, that got a lot of hands. That got a lot of people in the chat up and about.
One check.
As Ray just has the stone cold nuts here with a draw to a royal. I just like to go these small sizes,
40,000.
which he's just done the complete opposite of, so don't listen to me. I'm not sure if you mentioned it before I was on, but we had our 7th female winner of the week.
I did mention it. I said the girls are heavily overrepresented, and not just winners. You know, right up at the top end too. And obviously Elizabeth didn't win last night, but finished runner-up. Now the girls have dominated.
We had 2 in our final 5. We had Anya and Liz still in the grind with 5 left. We had another player take out the major one-day event 2 days ago for $12,500.
It's definitely another one yesterday, a freeze-out, I think, that somebody won yesterday.
Jess Sheldon, of course, takes out the took out the PLO bounty for $1,550. Seen Jess around quite a lot, regular at these series, and a player that you know I've always had such an admiration for her. 2.5 years ago, my first ever APT final table, I was on the final table with Vesna Pope, and you know, probably has been in the industry for some time. I know a casino employee as well and likes playing these series as a hobby. And I remember thinking at the time, I'm like, what a competent, you know, definitely not on the younger side.
Yep.
You know, definitely not pushing Liz's age for sure, but it's been around the industry a long time. And I remember thinking, what a competent player. I think she busted in 3rd or 4th that day. It's a long time ago now. But Vesna took out the Abyss freeze out for $3,700 to be us.
Just a quick look at the outside table there. Just sorry to interrupt you, Jinsey, but we'll just got a few cameras around here, so you'll probably see some familiar faces. That is Tony Hashem with his back to us.
And then on his right, we've got Tom Maguire, one of the best players in the country. Surprised not made the trek over to Vegas. Maybe he's going later with his crew, but you know, Tom's here, local Queenslander. And in seat 3, Lachlan Crilly, APT main event runner-up. Final table the grind last year as well. And on his left, Matthew Ginn, multiple major event winner, yet with an APT, yet to have an APT trophy. He'd be keen to rectify that tonight.
7 folds. 8 folds.
What an amazing, I'm not sure if...
27,000.
Oh, it's definitely not by design, because you never know who's going to win tournaments when, but you know, Tony coming into this week looking to sign on ambassadors, and he's really focused on trying to get, you know, more females into a heavily male-dominated industry with, you know, Anya, Sheridan, and Jade, you know, looking to come on as wearing the APT patch in those ambassador roles. And the very week that he's tried to get that, 7 females have won a trophy at the APT. It's actually unbelievable. I think it's a third of the events that we've had.
As I say, that definitely the girls have been overrepresented at the pointy end of all the tournaments, and I suppose from Tony's point of view, that's the greatest growth area that we've got, because you walk into the room and you do see it's probably, you know, 8-1 men, and if we can get the girls to come in and not feel intimidated, I mean, I think we already know that the female players have as much moxie, if not more, than the male players. They, you know, I definitely feel that there's something about the feel that the women have on the felt that gives them not an advantage, but, you know, certainly evens up any perhaps lack of experience.
Definitely could be an advantage, because as you're probably guessing, if we're 8-1 females in the room currently, they've won a third of the events.
Yeah, it's completely overrepresented. That's what I'm saying. So, but yeah, just breaking down that intimidation potential. You know, that you're not going to be made welcome, that you don't belong here. I mean, you talk to someone like Jade Mitchell, who, you know, has now become almost like a mother figure for, even though she's quite a young girl, a mother figure for all the female players that come in to say, look me up, you know, if you've got any questions, I'll show you around.
Walk you to the rego desk. This is where your table is. Yeah.
So, because she felt that herself, you know, she had to go through someone who went to a pub poker, you know, comp and thought, hey, this is fun, and I've met some people, and she had to make that huge jump from playing pub poker to coming to a tournament atmosphere, and it can be intimidating. I mean, you know, for people who haven't done this, it does feel every bit Vegas, you know, when you walk into a place like this.
Absolutely.
Lots of tables, lots of action going on. There's a lot of people who know each other, so, you know, they're all greeting each other. It's very familiar. They're part of a community that you've got to break into. So, you know, I can understand how that can be intimidating, and, you know, if you don't have a massive amount of experience as well. But that's exactly why Tony's gone down the ambassador route, and especially has focused on putting a few girls as the initial ambassadors, because that is the greatest growth opportunity.
And also, not to forget the exploits of other females around the world. Currently, we've got Jennifer Castle, the partner of the #1 ranked Australian player last year, Bert Perry. But Jennifer's an amazing player in her own right with that $100,000 WPT win. And currently, Jen is #1 in the world for women who have cashed under $200,000, and first and second get a World Series main event seat for free. So we've got 3 weeks left in that competition, and Jennifer Castle actually is in front of all women that play in the entire world in on the GPI rankings. And if she holds that position over the next 3 weeks, we'll see Jennifer Castle in the World Series of Poker main event. An incredible achievement if she's up there. And I believe, you know, Gina's joined us in the comments as well. I have a feeling Gina was in the running for that at some point too, potentially top 5. But I mean, even look at Gina's score. You know, 4th in the APO main event for $90,000. As we have a hand developing here.
Well, I think Michelle's pushed all in here on the flush draw, and
Okay, leave it there. No need.
Jack's got top pair. And this is exactly what you were talking about with Michelle. He just puts that pressure on.
He doesn't stop. He just has as soon from the day that I've met him to this day, he's never stopped. You know.
So Jack doesn't know it. He's 81% here. He's going to figure this out. He's not. He's got his time chips there. So of course there's 30 seconds to act, but you've got a time chip you can throw in to give you a little bit more. And I wonder if he's going to use it.
Blind versus blind, I would be in some type of shock. I'm not sure if Jack's played against Michelle a lot.
He threw in all his time chips, so he's now decided that this is it. And I reckon that's an indication. If you throw in all your time chips,
It's usually a sign of, it looks worse than it is because you do get your time chips back if you don't use them.
Okay.
So if you get 30 seconds per time chip and he only spends a minute, he'll get 2 back. So he's made it look a lot worse than it probably is. But I think just to sum this up, you know, Jack's raised the small blind and Michelle's called. Jacques C-bet, Michelle calls, and you know Jack's got.
Oh, gave it up.
Gracious me.
Gave it up, and he would know Michelle's so capable of that.
Well, does he?
Yeah.
Have they played together a lot? I'm shocked to see that
I saw them
fold.
chatting outside, so I do think they know each other, but maybe not. Maybe not. But he is so capable of that, isn't he?
Well, if we have a look, you know. I'm stunned to see that because we don't have a diamond or a heart in our hands, so we unblock flush draws that Michelle can have. We have top pair blind versus blind, and all the action was, you know, this is not a card that would really favour Michelle's range there. I don't think. If we just want to, I'm not sure what size we've used on the turn. Jack's used on the turn there. The action's gone off the... I know we were talking about the feats of female in poker. We might have missed the action there, but it's definitely gone raise, call, pre, small blind versus big blind, bet on the flop, bet on the turn, and then a jam from Michelle. We don't have a heart in our hand, nor do we have a diamond. We block those, unblock those bluffs, and against Michelle, blind versus blind, especially when we know Jack's... how capable he is. I'm shocked to see that hand go in the muck, to be honest, especially against Michelle. There's not many people that fold top pair against Michelle anymore. And it just shows, like, fortune has favoured the brave ever since Michelle picked up a deck of cards, and it's not going to stop anytime soon.
I will tell you all that, you know, when it's entertaining, when you got Braden jumping off his seat, and and we had a lot of that last night too. But there has been a lot of stuff that's surprised you. That's you're shaking your head.
Maybe this is more common than I think, but because I'm playing all the time, I don't know what people have now. Now, when we're looking at the cards, I don't think anyone in the last 12 months has folded a pair to Michelle, let alone top pair. You know, we know how Michelle plays, and he keeps putting you in the blender constantly. But just the function of our suits in that hand, blind versus blind, I'm you know, not doubting Jack's ability, but really shocked to see that combination go in the muck against this specific player.
Well, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think Jack was just told you were ahead, which is probably just going to steam him even more.
Do you know how many times I've heard that sentence from Michelle in the last 2.5 years? You were ahead, Jinxie. You were ahead. You were ahead. And I keep folding and folding and folding, and he hasn't stopped. Goodness gracious me. Incredible fold there. Incredible fold.
One re-raise, 80,000. 5 fold.
Here's the room. Come on down. I keep saying it. We keep saying it. Lots of fun down here. It does definitely feel like Vegas. I'm sure that's part of the field.
That's our Minotaur.
Yeah, the Minotaur, the 150 buy-in.
Dealer dealt. Actually, no, that's our 50k
guarantee.
guarantee.
That's a 50k. There's more than that in the Minotaur, I can tell you. More than 84 players playing that. This is one side of the room.
And as just to reiterate,
50k guarantee. You've got to love that.
3 fold.
Such a great opportunity to come down and play dealer dealt poker in a very professional but relaxed. I did comment to Tony earlier today that, you know, this is my 4th APT in probably 6 months, and it definitely feels like the most relaxed or organised. I mean, they're all organised, but it just feels it's very different. I don't know.
The vibe's good.
Yeah, vibe.
The vibe's good.
It's just got a really relaxed and you know, no one seems panicked. Doesn't seem to be. You know, I saw a lot of stuff behind the scenes as the, you know, ATP ownership, APT ownership changed, and, you know, there was obviously a lot of adjustments needed to be made, and there was probably, you know, some stuff going on behind the scenes that you know, maybe made the whole thing feel like it was a little less relaxed. But, you know, I certainly feel that they've got it right, and the vibe's great, and the feedback from the players is, you know, as one, it's terrific.
Yeah, and you know, even coming into this series, maybe there were a few things that could have been changed prior, but look what APT did. You know, the feedback was given from the players. Next day changed completely, you know, lowered the rake on the Hashem deep stack, which I personally, and me and Dipper personally, were grateful for. But, you know, sometimes there are, you know, particular oversights in terms of scheduling and whatnot. There's so much for us to think about, but APT taking that feedback on and actually implementing it straight away just shows what we're in for potentially in the next 2 to 3 years with APT. The vibe's good up here, the room's great.
And I don't fold. 3 checks.
This could be
bets, 30,000.
our last hand before the 30-minute dinner break. It's starting to look like that's this one or one more. So we are going to take that 30 minutes as well. But we've got an interview that you did with Dipper. And
stay tuned. Stay tuned. It wasn't even an interview. It was just two of us. It was just two of us talking about...
Two blokes chatting.
Literally, it was... I can't... You know, I haven't had a lot to do with Dipper prior to this series. We went heads up in the Joe Hashem deep stack, and you know, we've spoken at length since then, and we just had such a good chat about poker. He's an amazing bloke.
Yeah.
He's so good to be around. The vibe's good when you're around him. He shouts the bar when he wins.
Mate, he was talking about poker with a kebab in his mouth last night. I mean, you know.
I had so much fun chatting to him. So, you know, if you were looking to go on a break and get something to eat or a drink or whatever, just stick around for the next few minutes.
Yeah, we're going to run it straight off the back of this. This could be the last hand. Sometimes the clock lies. They shift one more hand in before they go, but I think this could be it. There's Jack 5 against 4-2 at this flop. Both these players were up well over $1 million not that long ago. Table's balanced itself out a little bit, and the main protagonist there has been Michelle, who was down to being out of the tournament if he didn't hit a 9, and got the 9, and now he's well back talking about a 9. Here's another one. And another one. So
both
Ray's got the check mark, but he's got nothing. He's got a 5, so he's got the 5.
Both Ray and Jack's stacks have diminished due to simply unbelievable bluffs that they've ended up having to fold the best hand both times.
So
3 calls.
Jack bluffed at that again, cost him another 25k. That goes over to Ray, and they will take a break now. Half-hour dinner break. We'll be back. There's still 13 alive in this $2,500 buy-in event. Hang around, because Jinxie's about to have one of the great chats with our winner from last night, Dipper.
Rightio. Now, I'm going to be speechless for a lot of this interview, which is rare, but we're here with the winner of the Grindy second APT trophy in the space of 3 days. Dipper, what is going on?
Look, I've got a secret, okay? I mean, these GTO guys are just repetitious. It's just the same shit every single time, and I've worked them out, and now they're f***ed. Sorry to say that word, but I mean, we can edit it tomorrow. But
what an amazing answer! But there's got to be some proof to the pudding. You these incredible runs. First, the Hashem deep stack deep on Monday night. You took that out. The next day, third in the Players' Championship, and tonight you had the chip lead for a majority of the event, from probably 20 down on the bubble all the way to probably 4-handed. Lost a big hand versus Igor, but you were composed. You built that chip lead back up. It was one of the most incredible final tables I've ever seen. Talk about that stack that you had on the bubble and taking it all the way to that final table?
Look, you're right. I felt like I was on a roll, but then I took that hit, and because I've been here so many times now this year, let alone in my career, but I just knew I had to wait. I had aggressive people on this table, and I knew I could just double in one hand. So I just waited for the right guy, and it was Naman, and it happened. It came, and it happened.
You had Higor on your left, Naman on your right. You had even to start the final table, Corey Van Jarzeveld as well.
Yeah.
And as we saw on stream, Anya played incredibly good poker as well.
What a call.
Yeah, that
What a
call with the
call
ace-9
she
versus Naman was amazing. So, you had to get through so many competent players, but heads up against Liz was probably one of the greatest experiences of her life. 80 years old, everyone. Liz satellited in, 80 years old, and she's gone heads up against Dipper. But one thing that I'm going to talk to you about, we've compiled the stats. Since January, Dipper has played in 17 live poker events. He's cashed in 16 of them, and in 12 of those occasions has made the final table. If anyone told me this, I simply just wouldn't believe it. They're telling me porkies, there's no way. This record defies physics, it defies maths. You told us your secret to tackle the GTO guys, but this is next level.
Yeah, look, I'm running well, but I'm playing well, but I just feel like I've got an edge. Now, people can, say I don't, but the proof is in the pudding, mate.
What I noticed about your play on the final table, which I really found extraordinary, you're known for showing down a lot of these crazy junky hands and bluffs early on in tournaments, but you protected yourself insanely well. You made a great fold with pocket sevens in that squeeze spot versus Anya, who had the aces. You're dead there. You played that hand so well. You could have easily jammed, but instead you decided to squeeze and fold to the raise. You're known for these big bluffs and these big plays, but you protect yourself just as much as you do any of that other stuff.
Yeah, I did. Look, the thing is, you've got to adapt to the players that you're up against. And there were some aggressive players on the table. And I knew I just had to wait. I just had to be patient. I just had to stay out of trouble because they were all attacking each other once I lost that hand. So I just thought, let them kill each other, and then one hand, and I'll get my double. And it happened.
It did happen.
Exactly what I wanted to happen happened. So
now I want
patience.
I want you to answer a question for me. Is there any point registering the Goliath tomorrow, the 2.5K buy-in? Are you just going to win that as well? Is there any point?
I might have to do it. I mean, this could be...
Is there any point for us? Is there any point for us registering?
Why bother? You need to go home.
Why bother?
Because you had 6 million chips against me. You had me dead.
I did.
You had... I had an up and down straight draw. You were sitting there tanking. And then I talked you into folding.
You did, and I think your run this week literally started from that hand.
Yes.
I called your hand out. I didn't put the chips in the middle. You talked me into folding. You took over the chip lead. You beat me heads up, and you haven't lost a hand for the next 3 days. I think all of this, is my fault.
It's your fault. Mate, you're stuffed up, buddy. What do you want me to tell you? You need to take me out. There used to be an old guy, and he told us, you need to kill the snake, cut its head off when you get the chance. You had the chance, you blew it, brother.
You are an absolute legend of Australian poker. Congratulations on your victory in the grind.
Thank you, mate.
Incredible, absolutely incredible.
It means a lot, mate.
There we go, Dipper, the winner, his second trophy in 3 days at the grind here at the APT. Amazing stuff.
Thank you, guys.
Calling all poker players the Gold Coast Champs main event, 150k guaranteed. Out of 125 entries, only 16 have backed through to day 2. Our final flights are tonight, Friday at 5 p.m, and tomorrow, Saturday night, also at 5 p.m. $600 buy-in. Get yourselves in with a shout for the 150k prize pool.